Good evening. I'd like to call to order this regular session of the Round Lake Area School District Board of Education at the Round Lake High School Library at 7:08 p.m. on Monday, April the 17th. If I can get started first with a roll call, please.
Mrs. Klingler?
Here.
Miss Lee?
Here.
Mr. Francisco?
Here.
Mrs. Larson?
Here.
Mr. Jewett?
Here.
Mrs. McGinley?
Here.
Mr. De Vera?
Here.
All right, and with that, let us start with the Pledge of Allegiance. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, first up, we need an approval of a meeting agenda that we have in front of us. Can I get a motion?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Mr. Jewett, seconded by Ms. Larson. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Klingler?
Yes.
Miss Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Francisco?
Yes.
Mrs. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Jewett?
Yes.
Mrs. McGinley?
Yes.
Mr. De Vera?
Yes.
Motion carries. We have an approved agenda, and first up on that is special recognition and presentations and the middle school state wrestler accomplishments.
So this year, we're very happy and excited to announce at Round Lake Middle School that we had 3 state qualifiers for the state wrestling tournament here from Round Lake Middle School. We have Jaquan Jamerson, who was in the 145-pound class, DJ Billups, who was in the 215-pound class, Michael Cochran, who was in the 112-pound class. And we also have with us Coach Rico, who is the head coach, and also Coach Pipes, who is the assistant coach, could not be with us. But just to congratulate them all on their hard work, I'm going to turn it over to Coach Rico for a few words here.
Hello. Just going to give you guys a little recap of our season, especially these 3 kids, amazing kids, captains, 2 first-time wrestlers, first-year wrestlers. Michael's a 7th grader. DJ's an 8th grader. Jaquan's wrestled before, but he was with us towards the end of his 5th grade, his 6th grade year. He got hit with, unfortunately, that COVID year. We got shut down. So unfortunately, he wasn't able to wrestle. He wrestled last year, so technically it was more of his first year. He had a great season. This year, he came in with a vengeance. We had a plan. I always tell these kids that, sell them the state dream. Point to that banner and tell them your name will be there forever. And he said, I want my name to be there. And there was no looking back. But what I want to point out about these guys is something that was great this year. When we went to other schools, other tournaments, we were breaking every stereotype that Round Lake has. I grew up here. I wrestled here. So we do have stereotypes, right? And we're breaking those molds. Every school I left, there was a coach and AD coming up to me saying, your kids were great. Your kids were so polite. Hey, coach, we were in a tournament and their system broke down. So they had 200 parents there with wanting to see brackets and all that stuff. One of our kids jumped in and was running to the tables, bringing paperwork to different tables. He literally worked the whole tournament. He was sitting next to the table in there, and he would just go out, wrestle his match, came back, ran more tables. We were walking out, and his AD ran to me, coach, this kid was amazing. Thank you for coming. This was Wilmette. So that's one of the things that you don't see about us as much, right? But that's who we are. All right, these guys, DJ. Everybody sees DJ. Everybody sees he's a tall kid. He's a strong kid. All right. The best qualities about DJ, he's got a heart of gold. He's such a nice kid. He's that gentle giant. I called him my bodyguard in the team. Sometimes he didn't even have people to wrestle with because he was so strong. And I would just have, hey, he was my assistant coach, my third assistant coach. DJ, go watch the little guys. Because those little guys just throw each other around, and then they start talking to each other. DJ would just say, stop. They would stop. And then I was at a tournament, sitting down. Tournaments are long. Wrestling tournaments are long. Right, everybody was with their parents and stuff. Somehow I ended up on a wall sitting by myself, right, just watching wrestling. By the time I looked to my side, I had my whole team sitting next to me on the floor. And it was like that bond that we created because these guys are such good kids. They're amazing athletes, but they're way better persons. So I'm so excited that they got to experience this. Michael's first time wrestling. He's coming back next year as an 8th grader. DJ, first time wrestler. He was one match from placing in state. And Jaquan had an amazing season. I didn't even have to coach him anymore. I would just look. I would just look at him, look down. He knew what we needed to do. He had an amazing run. 4th in state. His name is going to be on that banner like he wanted forever, and I'm so proud of them. He took 4th place. He finished 4th place. State.
Again, thank you to Michael, DJ, Jaquan, Coach Rico, Coach Pipes for a wonderful year. And again, if you did not hear Jaquan Jamerson, we have a little something here for you. He took 4th place in his weight class in the state. So let's give it up for Jaquan. Good job.
Well, good evening, everyone. So this is probably my favorite part of my job is celebrating students' success, whether it be academic or athletic or anything. We've been talking about this all day as staff and students about tonight and the celebration. Much like Coach Rico said, it's bigger than just wrestling. It's about the compliments that we received as a district on how we interacted and engaged with people at the tournament. So it's super cool. I don't want to do a lot of talking, but Mr. Hoffman, our athletic director, and I are so proud of how we've built on the current established culture of the athletics over at McGee this year. And we're going to turn it over to our head coach here, Mr. Coffey, and let him talk about the kids.
All right, that's a push to talk situation there. Hi, everyone. My name is Kevin Coffey. I teach language arts over at McGee Middle School, and I'm also the head wrestling coach. To my left here, I have Coach Tom Brown, and over on the end there, I have Coach Nick Pagarsh. These are my assistant coaches. And then we have Narciso Gonzalez, Emmanuel Gutierrez, and Layla Shelton, and those were our state qualifiers for this year. This year at McGee Middle School, we had, I think at our peak, about 70 wrestlers. So we had a lot of kids come out for wrestling this year. And I demanded a lot of them. I had a 3-page code of conduct that they all had to sign. And was I kind of like loosey-goosey on that? Or was I like, you got to follow it? Like, yeah, I was pretty strict about that. So my big thing is I'm a teacher before I'm a coach. And so I stress to them that you are students before you are athletes. So we need to not only put our academics first, but also our behavior first. I wanted our wrestlers to be, people that, we're going to represent what McGee is all about and be students that other students should be looking to for how is the right way to behave in this building. And I really feel like that we did that. And it really did resonate from these three right here because, again, they put the work in. They followed that code of conduct. They held others to it. They stood up for what was expected of them. And it was very contagious. And, like Coach Rico was saying, I got a lot of compliments from table workers about how polite our wrestlers were. Big Hollow, the people running the tournament, stopped us on the way out the door to say, hey, your kids were just amazing kids. Helped pick up all the garbage that was left by a bunch of other teams. And Round Lake Middle and McGee both did a lot of that. So I thought that was a really cool way to just show just how great both these wrestling programs are in terms of the kids that come out. So, man, Coach Rico's a hard act to follow, so I had to make some cliff notes here. So what's great is I actually get to work with Coach Rico during the day. So we exchange a lot of ideas, and you're going to see some big things out of both programs next year. We've got some really big ideas. We're going to host a few more events next year. We're really going to grow this program next year, so we're really excited about that. And also... again, I just super proud of all the wrestlers this year, and our state qualifiers, like I said, really exemplify what this program has been about. So I'm going to start with Layla because Layla made some history this year. Layla is, as far as I know, anyway. I tried to do research on this. I didn't find anyone else that qualifies for this honor, but Layla is the first girl to qualify for boys state, which is a huge accomplishment. Okay. And she also made some history downstate as well because she also is the first girl to then win a match downstate. So she won a match downstate as well, which is, again, a huge accomplishment. So there were 16 wrestlers in her bracket that put her in the top 12. Actually, all of them kind of have a similar story. Each of them not only qualified to go downstate, but they all won a match downstate too. So that also kind of shows, the rest of the state that they belong there. So I think that was a great accomplishment as well. So again, Layla holds that title. She's a 6th grader. We're going to get her back next year. And I think the high school is going to look forward to having her on the high school team, the high school girls team. So looking forward to hearing what Layla's going to accomplish. She took 3rd at the sectional as well. So not only did she win that qualifying match, but then she also won her match for 3rd place. Now, Narciso, he sees a lot of me during the day, so he has me in class twice a day, and I've gotten to know Narciso not just as a wrestler, but also as a student, and it's really been an honor getting to know him as well. He's actually taught me a lot of Spanish. We had a whole conversation about, what would be more effective? Should I coach you in English or coach you in Spanish? And he's like, well, I understand English really well, and I said, I know that, but I was like, what language do you think, and what'd you say? He's like, I think Spanish. I said, okay, so me saying a word in English, that we're going to lose half a second while you translate that. So we'd spend time, during his lunch period and stuff like that, kind of exchanging, hey, what's the word for knee? It's rodilla, by the way, rodilla. So, but again, it's very helpful because actually a lot of other wrestlers benefit from that too. So I think Narciso did a really good job taking that leadership and helping me learn some things as well. Narciso also was a great team player because he weighed in at 145, but we'd sometimes bump him to 155 to fill our lineup. And I think that just shows what a team player he is. And as an 8th grader, that sets a good example for the younger kids that sometimes we got to step up and we got to be a team player. So Narciso, just like I was saying, he took 2nd at sectionals, actually to Mr. Jameson back there, so they had to wrestle each other. And then they both went to state at 145. So Narciso won a match downstate as well, had some really tough matches, and again, just very proud of everything he's accomplished this year. And then Emmanuel Gutierrez, he's a very involved young man at McGee. He's in band. He was helping out with the drama club. art, right? We do art as well. He's got a whole list of things that he does. So he's very involved, and on top of it, he had a pretty tough foot injury. He was out for a couple weeks, so that kind of set him back a little bit. And it took him a little while to kind of work his way back into the lineup. And where I'm proud of Emmanuel is not only did he qualify for state, but he qualified up a weight class. So he wrestled in the 275-pound weight class as a 215-pounder. And not only that, but went downstate and won a match as well. So, again, just shows what a dedicated young man he is. Great listener. And, again, just tries to maximize the amount of time, the amount of good he can do in a day, which is, again, why he and I have talked. That's why he's so involved. He just wants to do as much good as he can with the time he has. So, very proud of him for that. So, all in all, this is my first year coaching here, but I have coached in the ISA for about 7 years. I was over at Grays Lake for a while, and I got to say, I love coaching here. I love this district. It's great working here. And like I said, Mr. Rico and I, we have the opportunity to work together and share ideas. So you're going to see some big things out of both programs coming up. So thank you for letting us come and chat with you this evening. And I think that's all, right, Joe? Yeah. All right, there we go. You got to cut me off.
All right, more fun coming up next. We've got our February Athletes of the Month from the high school, Mr. Karazak.
All right, let's keep this wrestling talk going. Both of our February Athletes of the Month are members of our wrestling program here at the high school. This first young man this is actually his second time earning it this year and the third time in his career. Junior state qualifier, our male February Athlete of the Month. Here to present him is head coach Mike Rushka, and that young man is Alejandro Cordova.
How you guys doing tonight? First of all, I'd like to thank I congratulate the middle school and the McGee wrestlers for their season. Fantastic. I can't wait to get those guys down the road. Now, this guy next to me here, Alejandro, the first time I ever saw this guy, I said, that guy's a pocket Hercules. And he is, because he's mighty. You can put him in your pocket, though, but he's mighty. Anyways, Alejandro had a fantastic year this year. Despite missing 2 tournaments, he won 33 matches, and that's fantastic. He along the way, he beat many guys who are ranked in the state or were state ranked or placed winners from the year before. So fantastic. He placed in every single tournament he entered. He took second in the Kona tournament, only losing to a kid that was a state champ. He took third in the Prospect tournament, which is a 20-team tournament. He took fourth in the mid-state, which was a Wisconsin tournament, where it was like 40 teams, and had to fourth there. He then he came down the road. He's a regional champion. He took second in sectionals. We put him downstate. He got an all-conference honor. Actually got his award today. And downstate, last year he was downstate, but this year he won 2 matches downstate. He got a major in one of his matches because he came from Oak Park, and he ended up finishing up the top 8 in state. So that is really good. Matter of fact, in other states, the top 8 people get recognized as all state. Unfortunately, Illinois is really strict about it, and they have so many wrestlers. But anyways, he finished top 8 in the state. And next year, he's a 2-time qualifier already. We've only had one 3-time qualifier in boys wrestling in our history. And that guy ended up going into the Hall of Fame this past year, Mike Kukla. So he's on that course. Obviously, he wants to do more than just go on state next year. His goal is to win state title next year. He's probably going to shoot for the takedown record, which is 147. He's probably going to shoot to get 40 wins next year. So these are all things he's looking for. And I'll tell you what, this guy's tough. He's incredibly physical in practice and in competition, and that's why he is a pocket hitter. He's a beast on the mat. He's really tough. I'm glad we got him for 1 year. So anyway, Alejandro Cordova.
All right. Our female athlete of the month for February, excuse me, also a state qualifier, also a 2-time state qualifier. Coach Noah Schusteff unfortunately couldn't be here tonight, so Coach Rushka is going to say a few nice things about our female athlete of the month for February, Ireland McCain.
I think when I first saw Ireland, I remember seeing her come to her brother's practices, and this little string being of a girl, I go, man, she's pretty scrappy. And that was my first recollection of her. And, well, she's still kind of a string bean, but she's filling out. She's pretty strong. She's tough. She's starting to get those muscles. But anyways, this year, she had another nice year. And, again, she had to work around those injuries a little bit, but she ended up with 23 wins this year. She also was AllConference. She took second in sectionals to qualify for the state tournament. And downstate, that's where she plays, which is all state. It's fantastic. Well, when she got downstate this year, she lost her first match. And we said, boy, it's going to be a tough road to get to the placing rounds. But she scrapped away, and then she got to the blood round. And the blood round basically is, if you win that blood round match, you're end up being all state. And if you don't, well, you're not. And it's, even though it's such a fine margin, it's just a big deal. And she had to wrestle a girl that beat her in the sectional finals the week earlier. And to beat this, if she beats this girl, she's all state. And I'll tell you what, of all the times I watched her, that was probably one of the most impressive matches I've seen from her. Reversing a decision from a week prior is just incredible. And that was and that girl actually mentally broke in that match. So that was unbelievable. So great job in that match. I was very happy to be in the corner for that match. So anyway, she has some great distinction. I remember a few years ago I was up here for her brother Zach, who ended up putting 117 wins in his career, putting him on the 4th time in the all-time win list. Then I watched her brother Aiden from last year. I had to talk about him, and he ended up placing 5th in state, being the first wrestler in our school in 26 years to place downstate. Along the way, he also broke the pin record with 30 falls in the season. So anyways, I watched these two, and she's in the wings, but she actually last year too, again, she took 5th to match her brother, and it was okay, here we go. So now, this year, she goes on state, and winning a blood round match, that guaranteed her a placement in state, which she ended up taking 6th in state. So what I want to say is that basically, this person right here, in the 69 years of this school's existence, is the only person to ever have 2 all-state awards. 2. The first one ever at our school. So give a hand for that, guys. And here's the awesome thing about it. She's still got 2 years left of school. She's only a sophomore. So you say, is this the greatest McCain of all? That's debatable, but right now she's got the pole position, you know what I'm saying? And she can't really go down any farther. You know what I mean? So anyways, congratulations to Ireland. She's fantastic.
All right, next up we have Round Lake Exchange Club 2023 Youth of the Year Award.
All right, good evening, everybody. I'm going to bring up a familiar face, Carolina Vilches. If you've spent any time in this building after hours, you've probably seen her here. She spends just about as much time in this building as I do. So I'll kind of go over some of her accomplishments that she had the year. We already talked about some of these, but she was our NHS president. She was a member of Triumph, and then also was a qualifier for the state tournament for the speech this year. But I think this is going to be very exciting too, and I made sure I briefed Caroline on this before we walked in the room. She's also going to be a speaker at our graduation. So we've heard her speak. She's not prepared for this, but is there anything you'd like to say tonight to the group? I'm gonna put you on the spot.
Yes. Just so much. I was at the Exchange Club meeting last week, and I had mentioned that a familiar story, if you give, what's the story? OMG. If you give a mouse a cookie, they're gonna want a glass of milk. If you give a student an opportunity, they're gonna seek more opportunities. So I'm so grateful that my counselor and my principal and all of you give students opportunities like these that students can seek out. So thank you all so much. And I'm so excited to speak for graduation. I was crying a little bit earlier.
All right, next up is Exchange Club again, Challenge of Excellence Award.
So I'm gonna introduce Alasia, and what I want to do with this is just kind of give you a quick rundown on what this award actually is. So this award is the Accepting the Challenge of Excellence Award. It recognizes a high school student who's had to overcome great physical, emotional, or social obstacles and are now eligible for high school graduation. I would say that Alasia is beyond just eligible for graduation. She's overcome tremendous difficulties in her life, and I got a chance to actually meet her and learn a little bit more about her at our Exchange Club breakfast, and I was tremendously proud of her. Very touching story about what she's overcome in her life, the responsibility that she lives each day with that many adults don't even live with that level of responsibility in their life. It's quite impressive. And then she is already ready for her next steps in life. She's going to attend Northern Illinois University, where she's going to pursue a career or a degree in nursing. So I'm going to give the mic to Alasia.
Excuse the nerves. I just wanted to say, thank you for the opportunity and thank you for listening to me. Like the principal mentioned, my high school experience has been a lot different than normal people, but I feel like it made me the person I am today, and all the people around me, like my counselor, my parents, my sister, my family, have given me the opportunities to pursue what I want in my career in nursing and to become mature and respectable and hopefully set examples for people who have experiences like me as well.
All right, next we move to communications to the board, and first up on that is our winter athletics update. Mr. Karasek.
Hello again. Alrighty, here we go. Oh boy, I don't know if I can read that. Sorry, I just recently got a prescription for glasses, but apparently they're just close up. So we'll just squint. Okay. So I'm happy to present to you a recap of our 2022-23 winter sports season. Some of the great things that are going on and that we're building off of. So we start by looking at some of our outreach in the community and partnerships, in particular with our feeder programs. We, during one of our girls' basketball games this year, actually it was against Grant, the Lake County Challengers, which is a youth feeder program comprised of student athletes from Fox Lake and from Round Lake, scrimmaged each other during the girls' basketball game against Grant. Oh, thank you so much. I can read it. It's a matter of personal pride. I appreciate it. I can't admit that they're that bad in my eyes. We also, after a couple year hiatus due to COVID, Round Lake Hall of Fame night returned, and we inducted two new members to the Round Lake Athletics Hall of Fame. Our boys basketball team participated in the turkey toss at Village Elementary. We hosted Round Lake Middle versus McGee in wrestling, which was a really neat opportunity for those kids to get to wrestle in the main gym and have it be live streamed and all of that. And our special mention, shout out to Coach Rushka. They had a morning practice that day so that the team, our high school team, could attend and cheer on the middle schoolers. Excuse me. We also hosted another one of our intramural jamborees in the winter, volleyball. We had a Grow the Game night. Girls from the Grow the Game organization, which promotes female participation in athletics from Ellis, was here. We also had a Grow the Game tennis camp at Ellis Elementary this year. And members of our girls basketball team the week leading up to winter break helped at Beach Elementary making gingerbread houses with students. Some of our next steps to continue to build off of the momentum that we've established this year. We want to get to a point next year where every one of Round Lake Middle and McGee Middle's contests against each other are hosted at the high school, just to make that special for them. We got all of them but basketball this year, so we're going to plan a little bit more in advance for the basketball this year. We'd like to host future Panther nights for every one of our sports that we offer at the high school that has a comparable level at the middle schools, or for community feeders that maybe don't run through one particular school, like the Round Lake Spartans, for example. And also looking at continued growth for intramurals and feeder programs at our elementary and middle schools. Along the same theme of outreach and community partnerships, the Chicago Bears recently made a $10,000 donation to the high school to support the growth of girls flag football, and hosted a girls flag football clinic at the high school in February that over 50 of our high school students and students from McGee and Round Lake Middle attended. And we're looking to continue to leverage that partnership with the Bears to increase opportunity for our students and seek out additional partners like the Bears to, again, continue to give great opportunities to our kids. Just a little bit of update on some of the, I guess, infrastructure systems that we've put in place this year. We've had increased vertical articulation with our middle and elementary schools in the form of seasonal meetings with the middle school athletic directors. Those are new positions this year. Matt Skya at Round Lake Middle and Jerry Hoffman, who was up here earlier with our wrestlers at McGee. Alignment of policies related to state trips, something that we did along with the wrestling state trips this year. And we've had, significantly increased interaction between the high school and the middle school feeder programs pretty much across the board. Next steps in terms of maximizing being a unit school district when it comes to the growth of our athletic programs, we think is exploring a phased expansion of middle school intramural offerings, particularly in cut sports or sports that have other potential challenges like, cost or something like that. Baseball would be a good example of that. If anybody has any questions before I get to the end, please feel free to interrupt me. Okay, just a few of our social media highlights along with the theme of community outreach. Thank you to Heather Bennett and her team for putting these bullet points together. If you look at our follower status, Facebook and Twitter are both up over the course of the school year to date. Instagram's a little bit down, but we believe that's coming down from summer bot posts. We're averaging 65 posts a month from November to February, so that's just for the winter athletic season. And you can see some of our top posts there. One when Lily Burton scored her 1,000th career point, our boys basketball senior night, which was also senior night for our competitive cheer team. The Illinois Basketball Coaches Association Hall of Fame recognition that we had for Coach Gary Edge prior to our game against Wakanda this year. Posts about JV cheer and about our wrestlers qualifying for state. So some of the highlights there. We've got additional details on all of our social media metrics available if you're interested in seeing that. Quick update on recruitment and retention of athletes. You've got it broken down by sport. Annette, I made sure to not use any acronyms. It's all written out. You can see we've had a slight increase from our participation last year. So that's obviously a trend that we want to continue. Okay, now we're moving into team updates by sport. Allied basketball, we once again hosted the Buddy Ballers tournament this year. It was just, if you were there, you know what I'm talking about. It was such an awesome experience. Our cheerleaders were there, our band was there. We did walkout introductions for the players from every team. It was outstanding. So Hugo Tellez, Jeremy Fisher, and Scott Puck were the officials for that. I want to give them a shout out and say thank you to them. They volunteered their time to do that. And it was a really great experience for our kids. Our boys basketball team, young team, we had 10 plus sophomores on the varsity. So we played a lot of youth this year, and they struggled. They struggled in on the scoreboard and in the record book, but a credit to them, they played harder every single night the whole season. And that's a testament to those kids and their grit, and it's a testament to the coaching staff that despite struggling and at times being outgunned because we were playing a lot of younger players, they continued to work hard. They took more charges at the end of the season than they did at the beginning of the season. They dove for more loose balls. I was really proud of the the culture that developed over the course of the season. We did have one all-conference selection, sophomore Jaron Glover. We had 2 academic all-conference selections. As I mentioned, there was a significant focus placed on climate and culture, and in speaking with the coaching staff, their 2 big areas of focus for the off-season are going to be strength training and additional skill development, and they're already starting that process this week. So, our girls basketball program, 18 and 13 in the regular season. We won our Martin Luther King. Oh, there's an acronym. Sorry, we won our Martin Luther King tournament. Defeating a heavily favored Palatine at the buzzer. It was very exciting. We had 2 all-conference selections in Anaya Moody and Lily Burton, 3 Daily Herald all-county selections, again, Anaya, Lily, and also Judy Sarablanco, who's a junior and coming back, and a significant number of outreach events for youth in our community. I mentioned them earlier, the Grow the Game, the Challenger Scrimmage Night, the athletes going and building gingerbread houses at beach. So one of the things I'm really appreciative of for Coach Hennig and her program is how much they focus on giving back to the community and giving the girls in that program the opportunity to be leaders in their school and leaders in their hometown. Excuse me. Girls bowling. This is kind of a neat stat, and I made Coach LaChance verify this, because when he told me at first, I was like, no way, but it's true. Every single one of our bowlers had a career personal best this season, both in a single game and a 3-game, which is awesome. I mean, from a growth mindset, that's fantastic. Antioch, who is usually the cream of the crop in our conference, we defeated them head-to-head for the first time in 7 years, so that was really exciting for the girls. Our JV team were conference champions. We had 1 all-conference selection and 2 athletes that qualified for sectionals. So again, that was outstanding. Cheerleading. Steady improvement in score every single competition. Again, kind of a growth mindset there. They improved on their score. The routine was cleaner from one competition to the next. We did have 2 all-conference selections, and the team demonstrated significant resilience through multiple changes to the lineup. We actually had a change to the lineup less than 5 minutes before we took the floor at conference, and if you didn't know, you wouldn't have known. So. Kudos to Coach Baird and her team for that, and Coach Herrera at the JV level. In terms of off-season, increased focus on strength and tumbling this off-season. One of the things that we're exploring right now is seeing if we can't figure out a way to pay for and provide transportation to tumbling so that it can become not just an expected but a required part of our practice program. We're in early stages there. I do not have a formalized plan yet, but that's yet. So don't ask me about it because I don't know yet. But that's been one of our major focuses of conversation between the head coach and myself on how do we close the gap with. I mean, we're in one of the most competitive conferences in the state of Illinois when it comes to cheerleading. It's not uncommon for 5 of the 8 schools to qualify for state. So we know the work that we have to do, and we're looking forward to it, and we're having those conversations to figure out how we can give our girls the opportunity to be as competitive as they possibly can in a very, very tough conference. All right, we already heard a little bit about the great year that both our boys and our girls wrestlers had, but let's talk a little bit more. So we had 4 all-conference selections. Alejandro, who was up here earlier, Will Cole, Lewis Daniels in the 189 class, and Grayson Concow, who was one of the captains, was also all-conference. 2 county champs, 2 regional champs, 3 sectional qualifiers, 2 state qualifiers. That was Alejandro and Will. We had 2 athletes earn academic all-conference from the wrestling program, and as you heard earlier, Alejandro finished 8th in state. His second trip down there in as many years. So a lot of accolades for our boys wrestling team this year. Not to be outdone on the girls side. Now, is Coach Harushka still here? No, he left. Okay. So we believe that the dual meet that our girls had against Conant High School was one of the first sanctioned girls dual meets in state history, which would mean that our girls had the first ever win in an all-girls dual meet in state history. So that's a pretty cool accomplishment right there. They also finished third at the Oswego East Invite, which was one of the more competitive female wrestler invitationals in the state. We've got one of the largest girls wrestling programs in the area. 2 state qualifiers, both finished in the top 10. Freshman Riley Conkiao was 8th, and as you heard earlier, sophomore Ireland McCain was 6th in state, making her a 2-time All-State medalist. There was I want to apologize, this slide is missing the fact that both Riley and Ireland were also all-conference. When they had the end of season wrestling meeting, the assigner for the conference for wrestling, we'll just say he misinterpreted the bylaws. So because we don't have 6 schools with a full girls wrestling roster, we don't have a separate conference tournament for the girls yet. And it's that way for any sport. If there aren't 6 teams competing in it, they don't do that. He missed the memo of understanding that said, if you qualify for the state tournament as a female wrestler, you're automatically all conference. So Ireland and Riley were both all conference, and they're recognized. They're up in the trophy case down by the gathering stairs, and they were recognized on social media as well. So, but I apologize that it's not in the board packet. Just kind of a reminder again of some of the celebrations that we're doing. Again, senior night is not new, but the addition of the posters has been kind of a big hit. You can see here from some of our different senior nights, just the different spins that the different programs put on it, which we really like. We're excited to use the new media backdrops for the photos that we take at senior nights. I can't wait to start using those this spring. In terms of next steps in celebrating our seniors, we want to start doing something that we're going to call Panther Nation Nights, and that's where one or more other programs will go together to support another one of their teams on their senior night and make signs and, make a tunnel for them to run out of, and just, again, trying to promote that cross-program support and a unified culture for athletics, and just doing those types of things together as a team, doing things together as a team away from just practice and competition is a phenomenal way to build culture and build relationships. Those of us in the room who were former athletes, probably some of your best memories are, the hanging out and socializing with the teammates and not necessarily the competitions themselves. So that's something that we're looking to do moving forward. Also, I wanted to take a moment to give special recognition to these 6 individuals who were identified as our Northern Lake County Conference Sportsmanship Award winners for the winter season. Rocio Polanco for girls basketball, Maritza Antunes for girls bowling, Damian Hepburn for boys basketball, Gabby Wilson for cheer, and Levi Graham for wrestling. And just again, a reminder that we're continuing with our Panther Pride initiative. Where each week, and we did this during the fall season, we did it during the winter season. We just started week 3 of the spring season, which is the focus is on integrity. And for those that don't know, or just a quick reminder, because it's been a while since my fall update, the Monday of each week, we focus on a different core value from the acronym PRIDE: perseverance, respect, integrity, discipline, and effort. And the coaches talk to the athletes about what that looks like both in their sport but also in life. And we talk about how they can live that core value, obstacles to embracing and living that core value, and strategies for overcoming those obstacles. And then they're challenged to look for teammates exemplifying that core value that week. At the end of the week, the athletes vote on who their representative for that core value is, and they're given one of those really cool dry fit shirts. Their picture goes up on social media, And it's just, again, it's a way for us to use the platform of high school athletics to really teach character education and to infuse our athletic program with student voice and student ownership. So it's something that our kids have really taken to, and we're really happy with how it's going. So we want to continue to do that, and we're also going to explore opportunities on how we might be able to share the Panther Pride program with our middle and elementary schools as well, because we think that'd be really cool. Get them excited about being Panthers someday. I mentioned, and this for me, this is last because I think this is one of the biggest ones and one of the most important ones, being academic all-conference. We always say, you know, you're a student first and an athlete second, and I believe that, but if we believe that, then we have to recognize it and we have to reward it. So we did have, excuse me, 11 of our winter athletes earn academic all-conference honors. In order to do so, you must be a sophomore, junior, or senior. You must be a member of a varsity sport, and you must hold a 3.5 or higher cumulative GPA during your particular sport. And we had 11 in the winter, which is a really good number. So that puts us at over 50 for the year, and we're really excited about that. So in addition to recognizing them on social media and in my reports to the board, they also get a pretty cool t-shirt. And you only get that shirt if you're an academic all-conference athlete. Nobody else can wear one. So I didn't even give Mr. Peterson one. So, and I think that's it. Any questions?
So, and everyone looks over here. So I do have a few things. First, I'm really happy to hear about and hear back regarding tumbling for the cheer program. As you said, that is where we struggle. We are in a competitive conference. And, you know, when my daughter was here, we struggle with the tumbling. It's where we really lack. And, you know, going against Grant, North, Central, Antioch, you know, all having state titles to their program. That's where we really are suffering on the scorecard. So I'm really excited to hear that. I think it'll be really good for our program. Also excited to hear about the vertical articulation between the middle and the elementary schools. It's really nice to finally see that our high school is tying, as a unit district, tying those together. So I'm really glad to hear you speak to that. More where some questions come in is and I know you're going to present some information because finance has asked about it regarding the Chicago partnership with the flag football, of when that program is going to start and how that's going to kind of come to fruition based off that grant.
Sure. So that grant is for next fall. And so I believe, Dr. Kibbins, correct me if I'm wrong, it's been allocated to next year's budget, correct? Yeah. What's that? Yes. Yeah. So, so that will be next fall. We do have some funding from our after school grant that we're going to be doing a 5-week intramural in-house season where they'll have 1 or 2 days of practice a week, and then they'll play a game on Thursday afternoon. That's all right after school. I have a number of staff members who have applied to be sponsors for that program. And we've got just over 30 girls signed up. So we'll have 3 teams of 10 basically, and they'll practice together and then play games against each other. The hope is that that'll build a little bit of confidence and interest going into next fall. So that season will go from the 2nd week of August until the 3rd week of October. Girls flag football is not yet an IHSA sanctioned sport, but it is on the emerging sport list. And if the number of schools that have expressed interest in playing next year actually do, you'll be over the 10% of IHSA member threshold, and then it's just a matter of time before it actually becomes an IHSA sanctioned sport. We do plan on hosting a summer camp this summer for girls that are interested in participating. We plan to treat it like a varsity sport. In terms of some of the particulars or details, how we're going to classify those coaches, are we going to ask for additional stipends and have it on the contract coaching schedule? Is it going to go through a club? Those are some details that I'm still working with Dr. Rolling about finalizing. But we've got until next fall to get that all straightened out.
Okay, but I know finance asked for a report, so I'm hoping we'll get that before.
You will. You will. All the questions that you submitted will be shared. So yes.
Just to confirm. And I know it's not on your presentation, but we know it's coming, finance will report out regarding adding boys volleyball to the middle school programs, and you talk about the articulation between middle school and high school. Should those programs come to fruition, I'm assuming that will be part of that articulation with the middle schools and the high school, now boys volleyball program. Having them work together.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, so then it would be a recognized sport, just like girls volleyball and softball and basketball and wrestling. And yeah, the expectation would be that my boys volleyball coaches are reaching out to the middle school coaches, offering professional development opportunities, having future Panther nights where we invite the middle school teams to come and be a part of our warm-ups and, be introduced with the starting lineups and recognized at halftime and all those sorts of things. Yeah.
And then in your next report, will you include about our summer camps, how those are going for our programs?
I can. My intention was that would be in the summer report.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. The next report, you'll talk about.
Well, next report's spring.
Yeah, so the one after that.
Correct.
I'm
Yes.
rushing the year.
Yeah. Yes, I will. Yeah, just like I did this past summer. Yes.
Perfect. I thought it was a great report. I appreciate again the next steps and what we're doing. It's looked really good so far this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, next up we have our fiscal year 23-24 budget assumptions. Dr. Gibbons.
So I'm going to start us off. I have some just high level comments. Dr. Gibbons will get into the weeds a little bit, but we're doing something a little bit different just because of timing. We've had a lot going with partner schools, as you all know, but we wanted to provide one last look at the 22-23 assumptions. So that spreadsheet is in the packet as backup information. We also have the first look at the 23-24 budget assumptions in both fiscal years. We have and continue to demonstrate fiscal responsibility. I would also say that we added, if you notice in the memo, which is important because the board used fund balance to renovate the athletic facilities. We've been slowly, faster than I thought actually, building our fund balance back. So you can see that we're very fiscally healthy. We continue to be. My plan would be, assuming you're okay with the way the budget assumptions look, is to bring back personnel inventory. So human resources, we have to make sure that we're monitoring our personnel inventory. If we cut a position, we need to eliminate it in our system. If we add a position, so I would be bringing one rather than piecemealing them. We've already brought a few positions, the 4EL, the coordinator, because the timing. But my plan would be at the May meeting is to bring back a personnel inventory memo, one that matched what you see in the FY 23-24 budget assumptions. Just as a gentle reminder to the board, every year we do an analysis of where our revenue is coming in. We try to be on the conservative side to be safe. We also assess current expenditures and, if necessary, cease spending money on things that perhaps we're not going to use or we don't need. That is evidenced. You see the positions that are listed as decreases in the budget assumptions. And lastly, I'll say this has been vetted with finance, but we're also presenting it to the full board, given the board's fiduciary responsibility of providing financial oversight for the district budget. So with that, I'll pass it off to Dr. Gibbons for some more granular information. One last thing, we did provide a job description summary for you as a third backup document, so you could see what the position, why we need the positions and what they're for. Sorry, Dr. Gibbons.
Good evening. So as we look at our fiscal 23 budget assumptions, our plan is to close this year with you on that budget assumption. Unless there are significant changes, I do not plan to bring that back to you. Today was the first day that actually our POs were closed for fiscal 23. Those closed on Friday so that we could monitor where our budget will end up if there's an amendment needed, and we can kind of see where things shake out. So right now we're kind of in the mode of fiscal 24, which is where we'd like to transition to you as a board with our projections. Needless to say, there's a lot to celebrate and look at what we did with fiscal 23. So as Dr. Mendoza had mentioned, our fund balances are listed here. Those came out of our comprehensive annual financial report. That's when the auditors come and share with us that information. We affectionately call it the CAFR report in the business office, but those are those numbers and where they've come from. Those tie back to those reports that you see and have received documents on from our auditors. So as we look at fiscal 23 budget assumptions, the first thing I'd like to call out is line 8, investment income. We've adjusted that number from 500,000 to $1 million. Market conditions have been in our favor, and currently on the Treasurer's report as of March 2023, we're at about $980,000 in investment income and interest that's come back to us. I anticipate we'll be just north of $1 million, but certainly want to be conservative of where we're at. So that $1 million number at the end of March, I think, is very good considering we have April, May, and June yet to collect interest on our investments. As we're looking at line 9, the bond refinance escrow refund. As you know, the Board of Education supported a refinance of our 2015 A bond. Investment rates went up, interest rates went down at that point. So with that refinance, market conditions supported that we'd receive about $259,000 back to us. And so that would be income to us. You'll see a board resolution to transfer that money a little later this evening. Line 21 is transfer funds from fiscal 23-24. I just want to make a little clarification on the term transfer. To be very common with that word, basically what we are doing is taking those funds and we're going to budget for them next year. In the fiscal world, when we hear transfer, it's board resolution, it's an actual official act. We're not doing that. I will just have a placeholder in our fiscal 24 budget for you, but I just wanted to have that, clarity for you. There wasn't something you missed that had gone on or will go on. Line 60 is the communications coordinator, which is a position the Board of Education has supported. So as we transition into fiscal 24, line 6 is a property tax relief grant revenue. That is really our wash for us because you're going to see it a little bit later in the spreadsheet as an expenditure, but we certainly wanted to celebrate that we are awarded that and also recognize the fact that we're trying to support our taxpayers as much as possible with any kind of relief that would be eligible for. So we've listed that as a revenue. Line 7 is a capital improvements property acquisition. We have a few things going on in the district with some relocation of some children coming back to the district and offices moving due to the expansion. And so we have a placeholder there for that expansion. Line 8 is investment income, and keeping it very flat and keeping it very conservative. Have that $1 million mark there again listed. Line 9 is the revenue received from that transfer. So we listed it as an expense on the fiscal 23 budget. It's now showing up as a revenue in fiscal 24. Line 10 is the ESSER funding for the beach project that went out to bid. We're looking forward to starting that project. Line 14 is increase in healthcare benefits. We know that that is a property right for our staff. We know that we want to keep them healthy and well so that they can perform the best in the classroom. We also know that there's been an increased cost for that benefit. Line 23 is the property tax relief expense. So we've added it as a revenue, but it's going to come right back out as an expense. And then lines 33 through 42 are support position increases with the detail in the columns to the right. And then as we've reviewed what those increases would be, we took a hard look at what some decreases or perhaps positions that needed to be restructured to support the current needs of our community and our students. And so you'll see those decreases or adjustments in lines 45 to 51. Line 63, Data Center Tech Refresh. We've done a lot of work in the area of technology. It's time to also update some of the infrastructure, and that is reflected in line 63. In order to keep moving forward with our One-to-Wonder iPad initiative, the 10th generation iPads is what's being slated, and line 64 reflects the increase there. As we know that there's been increases with everything, technology and Apple is no different, so that's reflected there, again being very conservative of at first blush where we would be. Line 65, building budgets. We've mentioned about things keep going up in price, keep going in price. Our building budgets have always been reflective of a per student capita. Student increase hasn't been anything significant, so budgets have remained flat. However, the things that we're asking our building principals to purchase have gone up in price. So that same thing that we purchased 3 years ago or 4 years ago, it's the same item, it just costs more. So we're making a recommendation to make some adjustments to their budget for a total of between all levels $38,000. Line 67, facilities, fiscal 24 Beach and Murphy projects expenditure. We're looking to replace some cameras here at the high school, a trench drain and basin in the ops department, data position decrease in line 71, line 72, facilities night supervisor. That's a position that we have not filled for due to some position adjustments. And then line 73, computing device and inventory specialist. So all that being said, with a flat evidence-based funding projection, we have not received our new increased funding for fiscal 24. I anticipate within the next 60 days we would receive that. Being very conservative, we are anticipating right now a projection of fiscal 24 at a positive $1,909,014. Just also want to refresh for the board that our fund-based minimum retains every year. So we get that base minimum funding and then we get additional funding on top of that. So as Dr. Mendoza has said, we've been very fiscally prudent, very fiscally responsible, and we're very pleased with this projection of fiscal 24.
And the reason we've been able to build the fund balance back is because of how we go through this process. If you think about it, the base funding minimum we got from last year, we actually, that money, that total pot of money is where we start, plus we get more. But when we go through this, it's for that fiscal year, and we essentially try to start with net zero, which is just a little bit more conservative, but that's in essence how we've been able to build it back. The only thing I want to call your attention to, we'll know more in the spring, we don't need to do anything now, is the iPad. Because of history, and we have, Mr. Kozik has, his budget can support our continuance of the one-to-one. However, what's happened is Apple's come out with a 10th gen iPad. They have not released education pricing, and without it, it's almost a 40% increase. Is that correct to the consumer, the public? We built in a budgetary amount as if they're not going to give us the education funding. But regardless of what happens, I think it would be prudent to have a discussion at the board table regarding, I'm hoping, what is an adjusted cost. If we at some point decided to transition away, now you got to remember, we're not the only iPad district around, so we're also not the only one that's going to be talking about this, but we just, I never want surprises, and I have taken the approach to, for lack of a better term, drip information, get it out there so you've heard it, but this won't be the last time we talk about it. We're happy with the devices, but depending on that happiness in some levels contingent on our ability to maintain it and afford it. So the only thing I would ask tonight is not a formal vote, but if you would allow us to post positions as anticipated, given that it's mid-April and there's a shortage and we'd like to try to at least build a candidate pool. So I appreciate the team. What you see is really a team effort. This is all of us sitting around the table over multiple meetings, vetting things out. And you will see this in May, June, July. You'll see it over the summer as everything evolves. So I'll entertain any questions.
Well, I was just going to add, you heard Dr. Mendoza mention this was vetted through finance. I would say we probably went through it with a fine-tooth comb. And if you look at one of the attachments that the administration has attached, which is what Dr. Mendoza is asking regarding, well, not a formal vote, but support of the description summaries for fiscal year 23-24 of positions. There's quite a list of positions in here. I know some of the questions finance had asked, is regarding like the high school counselor. If you've read that memo, you see it does speak to that Schuler will be exiting, or their program will end the school year of 23-24, so next school year. The facilities night manager that Dr. Lamping has spoke to several times, so we're hoping we can get that filled. There's positions for Mr. Kozak in regards to an inventory specialist, and as you see, a myriad of positions. We did ask administration about acronyms. There's a lot of acronyms in those memos, to remember that this is not our daily speak. So to please, while you use the acronym, at least at the beginning, call out what that means. Some of us have been on the board longer than others and might know them, but again, it's just not our daily speak. But as mentioned, finance did go through them. And as Dr. Kibben says, this first blush looks fine. Everything looks good. As always, they bring a balanced budget and everything is good. But as Dr. Mendoza mentioned, the iPad situation, when finance gives out the reports, we'll talk about some of the other fees in regards to tech.
Any additional questions? Hearing none, thank you very much.
I think we still need, is anyone against the administration putting those positions out?
I have a couple of questions about them, but I can just shoot an email about them.
No, you can ask them.
Oh, okay. So, just curiosity. So, with I think it's great to keep the high school counselor. What's our caseload for the high school counselors? Does anybody happen to know that?
So probably haven't divided it recently, around 300, 280 to 300.
And then my next question is, I see the MTSS specialist. How is the MTSS? I know everybody's like, oh, she knows all these acronyms. How is the MTSS program looked at? Is it like teamed? Is this person then going to be an administrator overseeing all the teams? How's that going to look?
Okay, so at the elementary level for MTSS, who supports us, we have people right now in reading and math intervention as specialists. So they're certified staff members, they're not administrators. And they work on my team to build MTSS and support, but then they work also closely with the elementary assistant principals. So then at middle school, they each have, there's 2 schools, so they have their own building teams. So we're only adding the stipend there for a certified staff member on that team to manage all the data that comes in and out. But then the high school one will work a little more like that elementary person, to work directly with me, and then also support here at the high school with their associate principal for curriculum instruction on the academic side, and then partner with the assistant principal for student services on the behavior side. So there'll be a certified staff member that just has experience in looking at students for intervention, looking for students for acceleration, just kind of that set of work, potentially having a special education background, something that kind of stands out in working with that student support system.
kind of like to run their MTSS team, sort of thing.
Yes, we will have administrators that for sure are overseeing it and being part of the process, but just have one person navigating it in a school of 2,200, we thought would be really powerful and helpful in rolling it out. But that high school is an actual position, not a stipend, so it is reflected in the budget.
Thanks. I was just putting the pieces together.
Okay, from a banker who uses nothing but acronyms, I'm gonna need you guys to chill on the MTSS. Okay.
Multi-tiered student
I know,
support.
I know.
We figured it out. We were sitting over there.
Yeah, it's not broken out in the memo, so again, can we please make sure that those acronyms are completely spelled out for the board?
Yes.
All right, hearing no objections to the tentative postings.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is strategic plan monthly update review for April 2023.
The only thing I'd want to call out, and I think Ms. Larson is probably aware of this, one of the things that CEDAL, and it's listed in there, is doing a program review. CEDAL is going to be coming actually out, working with Dr. Mari and her team to assess our current programs and their alignment with what's being offered at CEDAL. I would also say the only reason I know this is because I'm on, you're on the governing board, right? So I'm on the executive board. I get those mixed up. Yeah, so, and then also CEDAL is actually contracting with a third-party vendor to do an assessment on the quality of their programs, and I think it's good for them to do that. I think they have over 500 students in the county. I think one of the things I'm most proud of is I think we're often used as an example of how to appropriately take programs back. We've done that. I believe right now, I don't want to put any of my team on the spot, but we probably have between 40 and 50 students at CEDAL. When I started, I guarantee it was a lot more than that. There's nothing wrong with CEDAL programming. The best superintendents of special education co-ops, their goal is, it's going to sound a little weird, is almost to eliminate their jobs by building capacity in local school districts. The benefit of having our own programs is they're our staff, it's our curriculum, it's our philosophy, but there definitely is a need for CEDAL. But I did want to call that out, is that they're going to be on site, I believe in May, just doing an analysis, looking at our programming. That's really the only one I wanted to call out. The team continues to plug away, especially after last week's meeting with the board approving the partner schools. We have a lot of work to do, and you'll see I know when you look at strategic planning year 4, some of the goals specifically are tied to preparing for that transition back. So that's really the only update I want to provide.
Any questions from the board? Hearing none, thank you. All right, next up was review contracts under 1,000. I believe we had none on that list. Thank you. Next up then will be opportunities for public comment. As always, members of the public may participate in public comment during regular board meetings by attending in person or by submitting an electronic public comment form. Please note that speakers are limited to 3 minutes. Electronic public comments will be accepted up until noon on the day of the regularly scheduled meeting, and the public commenter will be contacted to confirm identity. Once confirmed, the electronic public comment will be provided to all board members in written form. We did not have any electronic public comment, seeing no one sadly still left in the room. We have no public comment here, I would assume. We have no public. So next up, we will move to Superintendent's Report and Dr. Mendoza.
Thank you, Board Francisco and Board of Education. Last Wednesday, we celebrated the 2023 Talent Expo. I'd like to extend my sincere appreciation to all involved in the coordination of such a large event. I definitely want to call out Chrissy Cacciatore and her team. The process leading up to the evening begins at the start of the school year. It is an event that highlights the very best of our visual and performing arts students in grades pre-K through 12. Many students, teachers, staff, and administration assist in making this event the best it can be. A special thank you is sent to Chris Cacciatore, District Fine Arts and Activities Coordinator, as she had taken the lead in the program for many years. Proceeds from this event are used to expand resources and equipment for the fine arts programs across the district. As always, we are making you aware of donations to the district and our schools. AHW LLC Steel Battery Handheld Saw donated to the Round Lake High School football program fundraiser. Kelly Gunter Weisner and Maribeth Dozier Sensi Basket. I'm not sure I know what that is, but many of you might. But that was also donated to the Round Lake High School football program fundraiser. For your convenience, I know all of you know this after having served on the board. Everybody has at least been on the board for a year. Julie, how long have you been on now? 2. April is busy. May is very, very busy. There's a lot of activities going on. We listed these for your convenience. And I just want to make sure, Janera, if you would, if you haven't already, I'm guessing you're making sure these are on the board calendars, just so you're aware of everything happening. May is very, very busy. That concludes the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Dr. Mendoza. Any questions for Dr. Mendoza on the report? Hearing none there, we will move on to committee reports, and we had a rather long finance committee, so I'm sure we will get a great update.
All right, good evening, thank you. Yes, Finance Committee met earlier today. It's been a long day, I'm sorry. And as Mr. Francisco mentioned, it's a rather large agenda, as you heard already, regarding the budget assumptions. Again, the finance spent a rather large amount of time going through those, asking those questions, as we still have a lot of things funded through ESSER, and how do we continue when we move forward to fund those positions, pragmatic things that we're using within the district. TC Furlong, which is our graduation rental agreement, that is later on the agenda, so I will go over that when that comes up. Life Touch, our pitcher, our pitchers for the schools. 1-year renewal contract that will be coming up for the 23-24 school year. I also had asked Dr. Kivens to reach out to Life Touch. I know the board, we don't all have professional headshots that is on our district page. We've tried at some conferences. They haven't been as successful. So asking Dr. Kivens and working with Dr. Kivens this fall in October, once Life Touch gets through the rush of back to school pitchers, we will have them here before a board meeting so we can get those professional headshots that we have long desired. Glamour shot. Well, I don't know about glamour shot, but there'll be a nice headshot so that they're, because I know on our district page where it lists the boards, some have just a tree in the background, some have the professional. So we want it to be, yes, we want it to be cohesive. So we'll get that done. As I kind of alluded to in Mr. Carol Zach's presentation for athletics, both Round Lake Middle and McGee middle schools, they want to bring boys volleyball to the middle schools for the 23-24 school year. Currently, our 2 middle schools are the only schools without a boys volleyball program. So there would, of course, there is the cost of the stipend position, but of course, we are in support of that. We are the only district with not a middle school boys program. We'll also hear later on the Dave & Buster's contract for Round Lake High School. And then I'm going to come performance contracting project. If the board remembers, last year the board was in favor of doing a performance contract with Allied in regards to doing HVAC throughout the district. So performance contract that we did for Village, Round Lake High School, and now the other school is EEC, thank you. It actually turned out to be, I know, just to provide some history for some of our newer board members, the administration previously had brought a performance contract to the board. It did not pass. It was unanimously voted down, as some of you might
Not us.
I said previous administration. I said previous.
Thank you. Thank you for being clear on that.
I said previous. administration brought before that didn't pass. So when Dr. Mendoza, so this administration brought this performance contract, it was vetted very thoroughly. And I'm happy to report to the board, this was a very successful performance contract. I'm not saying it was perfect, but it was still very successful. And Allied took constructive feedback, and I know there's still projects left in the district that can be done. This has proved very fruitful for the district. They did additional work that wasn't part of the contract, and about $284,000 worth, at least verified through Mark, done within the district. And it's been proved to be a very great relationship with Allied. So again, I know, including myself, there were many of us who were hesitant to do this contract. But with credit to Dr. Lamping and Dr. Mendoza, they kept on Allied, and we got this completed. So we're in the midst of making the final payment to them, and then that will be closed.
If I may, I'd also.
Yes.
Mark Varick really managed this project.
Yes, thank you.
And Dr. Kibbens, really, from a financial standpoint.
Yes,
They
thank
were
you
the
for
ones that really managed.
Yes, you're right, absolutely. My apologies, you're right. Mark Varick and Dr. Kibbs, it was all of them. And obviously they knew the hesitancy that the board had in even entering a performance contract. So really hats off to all of them. Technology fee collection, kind of as we talked about with the budget assumptions, finance would like to have the fees, and we started just with the tech fee. As you also heard Dr. Mendoza mentioned, there will be a cost increase with Apple for the 10th generation iPad. As finance saying that, you know, what are the fees that we're charging at each level? Now, of course, we didn't start with complete one-to-one as we've graduated into this. What are the fees that we're charging? What is being waived? What are we actually collecting? And what is outstanding? And how does that support our one-to-one program? Bless you. Our tech fee is $50, but what is budgeted in Mr. Kozak's budget for the one-to-one? How do they help support each other? That's what we need to do. So Dr. Kibbens gave finance a breakdown of the costs. We've been working with Dr. Kibbens to get that broken down a little better and a little easier to digest for everyone at the table so that we can bring that back. We'll use that as the platform and jumping point then to go to all fees. As I mentioned earlier, the district has been blessed with ESSER money. We've had a huge influx of monies to do wonderful things in this district out of a terrible pandemic. However, that ESSER money will be going away. And the only thing that is coming in our checkbook is our EBF, our taxes, and what we charge for student fees. So, and I know as we looked in the budget, some things are okay. As they're funded, it'll end for this. But there's still a lot of things that we brought into this district and still need to do that we need to fund. So I think it would be beneficial for this board, and I know we just did it already passed, where they bring us our fees, saying this is what we charged last year, this is what we want to charge next year, and they say we bump this up $5, maybe this $10. But we really don't have the data behind it so that we can ask those right questions. So that's what finance is working on currently, is to create a platform or document so that these fees will come to the board in a regular cadence before administration brings us the increase or what our fees will be for the next school year. So I know we're still a little behind on that because we've already approved next school year's fees, but we're gonna get to that point. And then next is Volt athletic software. Mr. Karolzak, they currently use Train Heroic, and they want to bring in Volt athletic software. Again, this will be a software where it's an app for our athletes for training. There was language in the contract where this software would provide two-way communication between coach and students. Finance said, no, we do not want that enabled. We think that we could just see issues down the road for that. So as long as that was to be removed, we were in support of it. The contract for Trainer Roque will just run out. Volt Athletics, it would start using it this summer with our summer programs for the athletes. I financed it, some research on it. It looks to be a good program. We also asked that it only be used on the students' district issue iPad, not on their personal phones. It can't eat their data. Again, we don't know what programs parents have for their students. We don't want students to download it on their personal phone and maybe cause billing issues for their family. Next is Witsby Professional Learning Platform. One of the questions finance asked is we had just approved Powerhouse. That is, we weren't sure if this was an overlap at all, but we were assured that it is not, and this will be an online professional development. This will only be for certified staff. And looking forward to that coming in for our certified staff. We'll hear later on from Comcast with our WAN, Wide Area Network, E-rate program. And then graduation stage rentals will come up as well. In the information items, and you heard finance ask at the last meeting regarding the Pleviac lease. One of the questions that came out of reviewing the Pleviac lease is the $14,000 deposit that we have from renting the building, which has already been credited towards the month's rents as we start to exit the school. And then later on in the agenda as well will be independent contractor agreement for Taylor & Johnson. And that's finance, unless Mr. DeVere wants to add anything.
No, he does not.
Then I guess that's finance.
Thank you for a very detailed review. Any questions? Hearing none, thank you very much. We'll move to some approval of open meeting minutes.
All right, I need a motion to approve the April 10th, 2023 regular board meeting minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mrs. Klingler, seconded by Ms. Lee. Roll call, please.
Mr. DeVera?
Yes.
Mrs. McGinley?
Yes.
Mr. Jewett?
Yes.
Mrs. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Francisco?
Yes.
Miss Lee?
Yes.
Mrs. Klingler?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, on to the consent agenda. I need a motion to approve the consent agenda for the accounts payable report for $821,547.45. Previous motions report for $196,081. The March 2023 Treasurers Report, the March 2023 P-Card Report, and the April 17th, 2023 Employment Report.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Jewett, seconded by Ms. Lee. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Francisco?
Yes.
Mr. DeVera?
Yes.
Mr. Jewett?
Yes.
Mrs. Klingler?
Yes.
Mrs. McGinley?
Yes.
Miss Lee?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, on to old business. I need a motion to approve the increase in personal inventory of 4.0 ENL FTE for school year 2023-2024.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Francisco, seconded by Mrs. Klingler. Roll call, please.
Mr. DeVera?
Yes.
Mrs. McGinley?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Jewett?
Yes.
Mrs. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Francisco?
Yes.
Miss Lee?
Yes.
Mrs. Klingler?
Yes.
Motion carries.
right, new business. I need a motion to approve the Brazen Technologies virtual platform contract in the amount of $9,727.80.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mrs. Klingler, seconded by Mr. Jewett.
I was gonna say, if I could just provide some context, because this was brought to finance, I believe the last meeting or the meeting before. This is for our HR department. This will be a virtual platform for job fair. This is a 14 and a half, thank you. I was stuck there. 14 and a half month contract. Again, we used this short term originally. We didn't do a full year because HR and Mrs. Belfield wanted to try out the platform, and it has proved successful. Obviously, we did it during the pandemic when events were more virtual, but it does give us a wider range and a bigger reach in using this platform, and obviously we want to continue, or they want to continue using it.
Do you know if they're in other industries? Those metrics on that thing were fantastic.
If Brazen is in other industries, I'm sure they are. We actually, when we originally did this, we used Talent Space, and then Talent Space was so good, they were bought by a private company who is utilizing them for their own goods. So we had to move to Brazen now, and I would imagine they're kind of widespread, yes. I know one of the other groups that we belong to, IASPA, they use Brazen for their virtual job fairs, and it was really good, so we looked at them.
Roll call, please.
Miss Lee,
Yes.
Mr. Francisco,
Yes.
Mr. De Vera,
Yes.
Mrs. Larson,
Yes.
Mrs. Klingler,
Yes.
Mrs. McGinley,
Yes.
Mr. Jewett,
Yes.
Motion carries.
I need a motion to approve the rental agreement with TC Furlong Inc. in order to, for our high school graduation date in the amount of $19,746.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Jewett, seconded by Miss Lee. Any,
Oh, yes, sorry. Again, this is, hard to believe, high school graduation is here again. This is our sound system for the high school. The last time we spoke, when we talked about finance, we said it would come back because we were trying to button up, making sure we have our rain dates. Obviously, we need to prepare if Mother Nature decides to be temperamental, that we can either postpone based on the weather, or if all else, move it inside to the high school gymnasium. Originally, when Mr. Kozak was working on this, it was going to be an additional $8,000, but with his magic, or wasn't yours specifically, but we got that waived.
I would be remiss if I didn't recognize Miss Christine Kenyon, who's sitting to my left here, our EV specialist who did the heavy lifting in negotiating with AJ at TC Furlong to ultimately save that almost $8,000 based on a consolidation of rain dates, people, and equipment. So thank you for the recognition.
Yeah, because when they brought this forward, we didn't plan for these rain dates, and I think we all kind of learned from last year, making sure that we plan for some rain dates. It was going to be an additional cost. However, again, through her heavy lifting, there will be no additional cost. But now that we've planned for it, it's going to be a beautiful sunny day.
all right, hearing no additional questions, roll call, please.
Mr. De Vera,
Yes.
Mrs. McGinley,
Yes.
Mr. Jewett,
Yes.
Mrs. Larson,
Yes.
Mr. Francisco,
Yes.
Miss Lee,
Yes.
Mrs. Klingler,
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, I need a motion to approve the rental agreement with TC Furlong Inc. in order to lock in our middle school promotion date in the amount of $5,420.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Jewett, seconded by Ms. Klingler.
Again, this is the contract in regards to sound for our middle school promotion for the two middle schools. Again, this is an inside event, so there's no need to plan for a rain date. So it's really just a straightforward contract.
Let's hope not. All right, hearing no additional questions, roll call please.
Mrs. Klingler?
Yes.
Mr. Francisco?
Yes.
Mr. Jewett?
Yes.
Mr. De Vera?
Yes.
Miss Lee?
Yes.
Mrs. Larson?
Yes.
Mrs. McGinley?
Yes.
Motion carries.
I need a motion to approve the transfer of $259,235.18 in earned interest from 2015A 2022 bond refunding to Fund 20 Operations and Maintenance.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Francisco, seconded by Mr. Jewett.
And again, as we talked in regards to the, when we were speaking of the budget assumptions, as you heard Dr. Kippen say, this is just a transfer of those funds. This is the formal action needs to be taken by the board to move those funds.
And roll call please.
Mrs. Klingler?
Yes.
Miss Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Francisco?
Yes.
Mrs. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Jewett?
Yes.
Mrs. McGinley?
Yes.
Mr. De Vera?
Yes.
Motion carries.
I need a motion to approve the contract with Dave & Buster's to celebrate the accomplishments of the class of 2023 in the amount of $3,002.92.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Mr. Jewett, seconded by Mrs. Klingler.
Again, this was at finance. This is obviously, as it says, a celebratory event for the senior class. The contract is for 90. Finance had just asked if there's 91 or 95 to make sure that those students aren't missed out. Of course, we would just get billed those additional students. But this was formerly the decision day. It's just now celebratory for the academics of students.
Hearing no other questions, roll call please.
Mr. De Vera?
Yes.
Mrs. McGinley?
Yes.
Mr. Jewett?
Yes.
Mrs. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Francisco?
Yes.
Miss Lee?
Yes.
Mrs. Klingler?
Yes.
Motion carries.
I need a motion to approve the independent contractor agreement with Taylor Johnson in the amount of $120.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Ms. Klingler, seconded by Ms. Lee. Clarification, that the motion, it's 120 per hour, correct?
Sorry, thank you.
And not to exceed?
Yes, not to exceed $5,000. Thank you. Then just to, for clarification on this motion, this is the request for the occupational therapist for the student that we are obligated to. We currently or recently approved a therapist. The mom has asked for a change in therapist, and that's what this new therapist is coming forward for.
Thank you. Roll call please.
Miss Lee?
Yes.
Mrs. Klingler?
Yes.
Mr. Jewett?
Yes.
Mr. De Vera?
Yes.
Mrs. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Francisco?
Yes.
Mrs. McGinley?
Yes.
Motion carries.
I need a motion to approve the Comcast agreement for internet services through the E-rate program for $9,709.85.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Larson, seconded by Mr. Jewett.
And again, this came to finance, and I know Mr. Kozak just stepped up as well. Again, this is our E-rate. Of course, we went through these contracts. We have the Welcome Center that will transition at some point due to the construction on Cedar Lake Road. Obviously, we're moving out of Pleviac in the next year. Obviously, making sure those are all into account in regards to the contracts. Again, you'll see dollars amounts and the breakdown within here. We get 90% back. The district pays 10% of those costs that you see. So that's why you see the larger dollar amounts and then the breakdown of what the district pays in those. You'll see the individual contracts, for the E-rate, all that Mr. Kozak has put into the memo. And I don't know if you wanted to add anything.
I just wanted to say that our current Comcast contracts will expire at the end of this year. This sets us up for a smooth transition with Comcast, again, winning the proposals that were reviewed through the E-rate program for next year. 2 of the 3 are 3-year agreements. The Welcome Center is a 1-year agreement because of the current situation with the Welcome Center. The dollars reflected in the memo are all considered monthly expenditure amounts. So just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you. Hearing no additional questions, roll call please.
Mr. Tavera?
Yes.
Mrs. McGinley?
Yes.
Mr. Jewett?
Yes.
Mrs. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Francisco?
Yes.
Miss Lee?
Yes.
Mrs. Klingler?
Yes.
Motion carries.
I need a motion to approve the contracts with Big Tent Events in the amount of $2,424 for the high school ceremony and $2,754 for the middle school ceremony.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mrs. Klingler, seconded by Miss Lee.
Again, this was at finance earlier this evening. Obviously, as it states, this is the cost for the chairs and the rentals associated with the 2 ceremonies. High school obviously is set and hope to be outside. The middle school inside the high school gymnasium.
Roll call please.
Mrs. Klingler?
Yes.
Miss Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Francisco?
Yes.
Mrs. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Jewett?
Yes.
Mrs. McGinley?
Yes.
Mr. Tavera?
Yes.
Motion carries. All right, next up is positive occurrences.
So I did not get to go to the expo because I was at a track meet, but I just wanted to call out how proud I am of our students and kind of echo what they said. Our kids just behave nicely. They're just polite, sweet kids, and I'm always proud of them when they're in group settings in like comparison to some of the other schools. And all of the kids were really good. It's just I'm partial because our kids are better.
I did get to attend the Talent Expo and just, wow, our kids are amazing. They're amazing and talented. And again, to Miss Cacciatore and all the people who helped put that together, it was an amazing event.
Yes, I attended the Talent Expo as well, and again, to see from, when you walk in the art display throughout the Civic Center to the talent that's on stage from our students, it's great to have it back in person. It's great to see the many talents of our students, from the art to the talent on stage. I just always enjoy that event.
Yeah, sadly I didn't get to do the Talent Expo, but did get to go with JV volleyball on Saturday to Rockford for that tournament. And unfortunately I had to leave it in order for another obligation right before JV volleyball won their first game ever. So of course I left, so I should have left earlier and they'd have won more. But great job there. And then again, JV volleyball, got to see them before the meeting here tonight. Varsity was just starting as we had to walk in here. But again, great job there. Also, it was really great. I had to take my child to a wrestling, just an open, and we had 4, counting him, there were 4 high school wrestlers that were participating in open wrestling tournaments during the off season from our Round Lake High School program. So just again, talking about that commitment on and off, just the dedication that's there, that they're taking time. And let me also point out, that's a family commitment too, because that was an all-day tournament. We were up at Antioch High School at 7:30 in the morning, and we left there at 5 o'clock that afternoon. So that's again a family commitment to that, and just the greatness that our community puts into the effort. So thank you there.
I just want to share something that is pretty unique. I was asked, and I think there was a conflict, so the Lake County president could make it, but I actually presented Dr. John Price with the Lake County Superintendent of the Year Award on Tuesday evening at North Chicago High School. That was just incredible how positive that was. But after that, we had our Friday, as in 3 days ago Friday, we had our Lake County Superintendent's meeting, and one of the things John said in front of everybody, he just complimented our school district. He thanked me for being there, that was fine, but really said that they really look to us as like big brother, big sister, however you want to look at it, just because of how far we've come, and that, they aspire to kind of get to where we are. And I just thought that was a really nice compliment for the district and the board and the whole community. He's done some exceptional work there. He's, I think, in his 6th year, so continuity of leadership means a lot. He's been able to stay there. He actually is running his meetings now he's got 2 boards, his local board and the state finance board. They're at the same table. They get along. It was, yes, I know. So, but just really complimented, Dr. Price complimenting Round Lake the way he has. And we're learning from them too. I just had a meeting, Heather and I had a meeting with Dr. Price regarding his foundation and some of the philanthropic support they have. So we're learning from them too. So I just thought that was really neat. So.
All right, hearing nothing else, we'll move to future agenda items.
I just want to say, just follow up to our discussion, I am bringing at the May meeting, it will be a discussion item for the full board on ISB resolutions, correct? And then just a gentle reminder, the recaps for the national conference visitations. I think those were the 2 that I'm bringing forward. So just wanted to make you aware.
And just as a reminder, the national recaps should be on the next meeting. So just if you get a chance, email them into Yanira, and then we'll be able to have that open conversation about what you guys saw in Orlando and what we saw in Tampa. It'll definitely be good. All right, hearing nothing else on the future agenda items at this point, then we will go to approval of closed session minutes.
All right, I need a motion to approve the closed session meeting minutes of December 19th, 2022 regular board meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Jewett, seconded by Mrs. Klingler. Roll call, please.
Mr. Tavera?
Yes.
Mrs. Larson?
Yes.
Miss Lee?
Yes.
Mrs. McGinley?
Yes.
Mr. Francisco?
Yes.
Mr. Jewett?
Yes.
Mrs. Klingler?
Yes.
Motion carries. All right, next up, I need a motion to convene in closed session as permitted by statute 5 ILCS 120/2 for the purpose of discussing the following: employment matters 5 ILCS 120/2C1 and real estate matters 5 ILCS 120/2C5.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Lee, seconded by Mr. Jewett. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Klingler?
Yes.
Miss Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Francisco?
Yes.
Mrs. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Jewett?
Yes.
Mrs. McGinley?
Yes.
Mr. Tavera?
Yes.
Motion carries. So we will now go to closed session for the time being. For those online, we will be coming back out of closed session and returning to open session. So please feel free to hang around on that. And we thank you very much and look forward to seeing you when we come back to open.
Now it's on.
Okay. All right, thank you for your patience, and we are back in open session from our closed session, and we will go first to action resulting from the closed session.
Need a motion to approve the resolution authorizing the issuance of a notice to remedy for Michelle Hawksworth.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mrs. Klingler, seconded by Ms. Lee. Roll call, please.
Mr. De Vera,
Yes.
Mrs. McGinley,
Yes.
Mr. Jewett,
Yes.
Mrs. Larson,
Yes.
Mr. Francisco,
Yes.
Miss Lee,
Yes.
Mrs. Klingler.
Yes.
And motion carries. And that will bring us to the end. This meeting is adjourned at 11:58 p.m. on April the 17th. Everyone have a great evening, and we will see you next meeting.